that have seen the liquidation. How do we make money in that environment? I thought that some of the stocks that we were in would do as well. The options on PayPal, I thought
FB.
with April in the fintech business on
287
good
calls.
technicals would be
April
at
1st,
least well received.
2021.
So far, I'm wrong on that.
500
Uh,
FB.
the pot sector, I mean,
285
Tilray just
calls.
took a B rating.
March 26th,
Roblox,
2021.
excuse me,
500
Roblox,
GDX.
not Roblex. It's
32 calls.
Roblox. I was corrected
May
by my 7-year-old
21st,
grandson this weekend.
2021.
It was Roblox.
983 GS.
RBLX is a
300 puts.
symbol. That's back
April
down to
16th,
62.93. It's just
2021.
slightly around my number. Again,
390
I'm not
GS.
sure what the value
300
there
puts.
is on an
April
IPO of
16th,
that type of
2021.
product. I said that before,
4,200
but I do know that the
12
millions of
calls.
children that are now
April
addicted
16th,
to that, and that will be
2021.
their household name.
500 contracts.
That will be to
FB.
the
287
guys over
calls.
30.
April 1st,
No, I don't know how to say this
2021.
correctly, but to
500
most younger
contracts.
kids, nobody knows who the hell the Beatles are. You know what I'm saying? But in our generation, or my generation, you know who the Stones, the Who, if you ask someone under 20 who the Who is, they're going to say, what? Who? If you ask them who the Weekend is, they're going to be like, oh yeah, awesome. If you ask them who Post Malone is, everyone's all in. But who's the Grateful Dead? It's kind of a problem. Maybe some people know the Dead because they were out there touring. So anyway, I just wanted to point out to you, we've got some not a market environment that I'm looking at trading actively this very second, and we still had a decent advanced decline. It's changing dramatically as the moments go. Anyway, enough said.
NFLX.
I think we're
520
back.
calls.
Everything's
March
well.
26th, 2021.
Yes,
SPY.
Joe, it is not
383
everything
calls.
is down.
March
That's what the tape
31st,
is telling us. So it's
2021.
kind of it seems that there's
526
froth coming
contracts.
off the market versus a full crash coming. And I think that's what at the very least at this point in time, that's what my analysis is suggesting. That's the best I can give you guys. All right.
GSAH.
I'm not one to say, hey,
10
I'm always
calls.
a bull. I'm not always a bull.
May
I love to
21st,
sell short.
2021.
It's just that
520
when you get volume and
CCIV
breadth and
21
things like
calls.
that don't jive,
March
it's tough to get short.
26th, 2021.
I don't know what happened to Pokemon,
500
but
contracts.
Roblox. Can Roblox? I think Roblox. No, it's Pokemon on steroids, man, Jeff.
WMT.
You know, go out and do some
136
research
calls.
with kids and this
April
whole build.
1st,
They've created their own
2021.
world online.
1000
They build their
SPY.
own dollhouses. Forget Barbie dolls.
368
They have a
puts.
dollhouse, and if you want to
May
paint the room, you got to
21st,
buy the paint color.
2021.
I mean, this is like
1000
some
BA.
weird. Look into this, Jeff. I'm
270
dead
calls.
serious, man. The way it was
May
explained to me is,
21st,
oh no,
2021.
This isn't just playing a video game and sitting in front of a thing and
contracts.
doing a car race. No. This isn't going around slashing zombies' heads off. No. This is like you build things online. You have your own online thing that you paid for, and if you want to change the paint color of a room, you got to buy the can of paint. You have to
puts.
change the curtains.
March
Every little thing costs money
2021.
to make your room.
506 contracts.
This to me is like, wait a minute, that's got what we call consistent addiction and consistent changing, and it's not like I can get bored. I can change it, and it's interactive in that to that degree. But to be interactive, pay me. You want to put paint on your walls of your Barbie house, your virtual Barbie house? Pay me.
NKE.
I mean, look at the artwork that's going on online. So
March 26th,
I think it's a whole new era, and with the
500
whole
contracts.
thing, with are kids going to just abandon it? I don't think so. Roblox could be, and it is, a very strong household name amongst kids. And if you're a parent and you're into technology, I mean, some parents would say, hey, I'm limiting my kid being on the phone for an hour or on the computer for an hour. Other parents are like, as long as they're not disturbing me and I get my cocktail hour, knock yourself out. Here's the computer.
Puts.
Right? As long as
April
you're not doing
16th, 2021.
Weird stuff would be
925 contracts.
going to visit, websites with Chester the Molester, that type of thing. So anyway, there it is. All right, enough of my babble. I want to watch the the way the market is selling off. We have U.S. Steel. Thanks to Bonnie and asking me about that trade. I felt bad about, is what's going to happen with U.S. Steel. Either or, 10 to 1 or the other. We've got Joe Biden. This could be a pullback to better value, but take some money off the table, raise your stop, can't lose. I'm not sure what this could turn into. This could turn uglier. It depends. We need more time to see. We will get the clues. It could recover quickly because of the fact that the current indicators are not saying that this is going to get ugly. If those indicators change,
CCIV
then
40
we change
calls.
our direction.
May 21st, 2021. 573 contracts. AMD. 60
I don't
puts.
have a new short right
January
this second.
21st,
I'm looking at a rotation.
917
so I can't
contracts.
sell. Yesterday the market in the last hour sold. I said stick with your algos, and what happened? The algos did, I think, pretty well, right? Apart from the VXX, which still has made money, 10 to 1 or the other. It was a conflict on the short. If the market recovers and comes right back again, you had a conflict between the SPXL long, the SPY short, and the VIX short. It was a conflict.
LVS.
So this is a weird sell-off. It's not
April
something
1st,
that's
2021.
there yet, Jeff. That's my 2
539
cents. So, I just wanted to
AMD.
tell you, there's no doubt we've got
calls.
some ugliness. Look, the
March
GBTC,
26th,
it's short.
2021.
The better model, the 18.
979
We've got
contracts.
liquidation. We had what was an excuse about yields. Yields were going down, and that was a problem. Well, by the way, did anyone look at yields yet? Yields going up, excuse me. The price was going down. Well, all of a sudden, bonds are back up to like 157 in the futures. Yield is dribbling back down. So what was the excuse of driving the markets last week is not necessarily true, and people have forgotten that. Did you not? Do you remember what the news media was saying? So I think the biggest thing was what Janet Yellen said. We'll see what the market reaction is. We have to hear what
April
today's
16th,
testimonies are going to be with the heads of the three families.
633 contracts.
Google again. We've got Jeff Bezos, I believe, is going to be again in the hot seat, and then we got why I don't know, but and then definitely Mark Zuckerberg. So we're going to hear about that. That's it. Thank you for putting up with me, and I would definitely say that it's not a very positive breadth right this second. If in the next 2 days this advanced decline continues to weaken like this, if we close here, we get another bad day of advanced decline. Tomorrow is Friday. We end the week on a sour note. Could by between now and Friday we get better, clear clarity on sell signals? True. Yes. The VIX, is it rising precipitously? I'm in the algo room. I'm going to do something stupid and expand the chart. We talked about that little convergence pattern. It could be good for maybe a little pullback in the market. I thought I was prepared for a little pullback. This is really not. Look at the rally. This is really not, to me, a big volume acceleration. So the VIX isn't telling me. I'm not getting warnings of that a major crash is ahead. There it is right now. That opinion can change. We're going through a change in the marketplace. There's no doubt about it. And from ownership, what's the change? They're taking money off the table on a lot of stuff. But at the end of the day, we'll see where things are. Let's give it a little bit, and that's it. Yeah, and the crypto. I already mentioned the GBTC. That's so when I say GBTC, I'm hopefully referencing crypto. Okay. Thanks, gang, and I'll see you in just a little bit. And
April
hopefully,
16th,
give you some,
2021.
that award-winning trade that I'm used to. Right now, it's just, I think this is a wait and see. It's going to get tricky.
Equity block. HBI. 348,604 shares. GPS. 27 calls. April 9th, 2021. 500 contracts.
Hey gang, I got a funny comment. Mary chimed in, by the way. Mary heard my little talk about the stimulus, and she goes, in this stimulus package, the last one, the first one too, there was money for the libraries, like And here's the funny
Snap.
thing: if people
47 puts.
are reading everything online,
March
who the hell's going to a
26,
library anyway? And if the
2021.
library's closed, what do they need money
600
for?
con
And that much money,
FSLY.
by the way. Are the
70
libraries
calls.
being funded, or are there
May
salaries of
21st,
somebody that related to
2021.
somebody that needs to
512
be paid? I don't
EMB.
know. It's kind of weird. Does anyone want to?
107 puts.
There's nothing we could do about
May
it because
21st,
it's it's done.
2021.
But it's kind of interesting.
500
Why are the money
HAL.
going to all the libraries?
23
I mean, and
calls.
that much money. That was
April 16th, 2021.
just an interesting concept. All right.
607
U.S.
equity
Steel,
block.
with Joe Biden coming out
LUMN.
with his economic infrastructure plan, you would think that,
186,200
oh, well,
shares.
this would be great. But the
Equity
entire
block.
steel sector, a
KMI.
lot of things are getting liquidated. To me,
265,000 shares.
that's not a very positive sign when you get the
NKLA.
industrials.
12
My good
puts.
friend Illinois
May
Tool Work,
21st,
by the way, that's
2021.
another one that's it's not that
969
bad, but I'm not going to lie to you,
12
it ain't
puts.
that good.
May 21st,
Illinois Tool Works,
2021.
right
1,001
now,
contracts.
$219.24. It's not that bad.
386 puts.
I mean, it's digesting the little
March
move. It's a
26,
consolidation.
2021.
So certain
Dow.
things that I'm paying attention are doing great,
calls.
and then certain things
March
that
26th,
I thought would sell off are selling off or already had sold off hard. The Nasdaq we went from what, being slightly down, now the future's
April
down 60,
16th,
so it's getting traction. The S&Ps are getting more traction to the downside.
46 calls.
That's not a good thing.
March
Boeing down
26th,
$4. Is this short term? I don't know. There's very few things. ConAgra, by the way.
46
ConAgra,
calls.
if I'm not mistaken, up.
March
I don't know
26th,
why it's up 8.5 cents. But, and who the hell can trade the half cent? I don't know. But it's up 8 cents now. There you go.
60 puts.
Other than that,
April
there's some.
1st, 2021.
It's just a lot of stuff negative.
500
CF
contracts.
Industries down $1.
ESGC.
ConocoPhillips down $1.46. Capri down
January
$1.16.
20th,
Some of these things would be a good value. Facebook's now up $2.
Snap.
Like
55
you would
calls.
think that's the stock that
April
could be
1st,
under pressure. He's the guy that's going to
2021.
get drilled.
999 equity
Hess
block.
down $2.50.
CVX
What, no one's going to drive? It's almost as if
187,281 shares.
COVID just reappeared, so to speak. We just got a little overextended in some of these energy names, price-wise. Netflix, $5.12, down $8.
600 puts. March
Palantir,
26th,
down
2021.
back down to $21. Where's that going to go?
261
Palantir's a software
contracts.
company that collects data for the government. It's another not Joan of Arc, Kathy Wood's
JD.
Arc Investment Holding.
80 calls. March 26th,
Ralph
2021.
Lauren, it's at 112. I mean,
539
if this is the pullback, and Ralph Lauren's only pulled back to 112,
550 puts.
ring me up when it's
April
back to 100. I'll buy
2021.
it. So again, it's a mild.
Contracts.
Raytheon, it had a big day or a couple good days. It's down 53 cents. So I'm looking at what's weighing in on the market. AT&T. Gee, where do you think AT&T is again? $29.87, down 12 cents. Tilray, that's the other one. Pot stocks, all the pot stocks down. Bank stocks down.
Calls.
So they're down,
July
but not by huge amount. Twitter back to $60. Never belonged in 70. Twitter's now that's a funny thing,
April
right? Because
16th, 2021.
here's Jack Dorsey going up, and they're liquidating that, but they're not liquidating
equity block.
Zuckerberg.
SH 964,222 shares. RBAC.
Wells Fargo down 12 whole
calls.
cents. So
January
a lot of the breadth
21st,
of the market that's
2022.
down ain't down that
500 WFC. 42 calls. May 21st, 2021.
It needs a little time. Gold was up 10, now it's only up $3.90. Nothing
April
is
16th,
everything's getting mildly taken off the table. Bonds in the meantime up 11 ticks. ZB futures, that's the June 157.03.
April 1st, 2021. 501.
So you can't blame if bonds are up off their lows from
March
last week, which was around 153 and change, and now we're at 157.03. You can't blame higher yields because yields are a little bit lower
shares.
On this sell-off. This came from somewhere
WDC.
else. Anyway, that's my
59 puts. April 1st, 2021. 581. SPY. 386 calls. March 26th, 2021. 500 IWM. 211 calls. March 26th, 2021. 1 NKLA. 12 puts. May 21st, 2021. 546 APA. 19 calls. April 16, 2021. 500 contracts. Geo 7 puts. April 16, 2021. 590 contracts. MT27 puts. May 21, 2021. 555 contracts. SPC. 28 calls. March 26, 2021. 808 TRVG. 5 calls. April 16, 2021. 522 contracts. Dell. 52 calls. May 21, 2021. 500 contracts. TSM. 125 calls. May 21, 2021. Equity Block. WMB. 201,640 shares. Equity Block. Fuse. 247,700 shares. DKNG. 80 calls. May 21, 2021. 512 contracts. Equity Block. EDU. 499,300 shares. GSAH. 10 calls. May 21, 2021. 500 contracts. Equity Block. EMLC. 630,400 shares. CSCO. 50 calls. March 26, 2021. 810 contracts. PLTR. 23 calls. March 26th,
All right, hey friends, we're trying to. I don't know what's going on. It started yesterday.
AAPL.
TradeStation. It's
118 puts.
I don't know. It's only
March
on the algo
26th,
page.
2021.
On this algo page, which is
7
kind of a pain in
equity
the ass
block.
if you're following the E-mini S&Ps, and I get that.
326,735
as you can see, it's not
shares.
that I don't get
Equity
delayed
block.
quotes, it just freezes.
PLTR.
So currently we are trading in the ES 67, 68,
shares.
775, 8 1/4, 9.5. I mean, and so it's keeping up with it, right? The only problem is that every once, and then it'll freeze. So the moral of the story, volume's looking okay. This could have been just a little bit of a shakeout. That's what I'm kind of considering, and I hope what we just don't get was that is this the dip to buy, or was this the I don't see it as the breakdown to sell still. So call me stupid, call me stubborn, but I don't have the technical indicator to say that this market's getting ready for a big
Equity
big
block.
wipeout.
TBA.
We have
250,000
a few
shares.
names here not doing poorly. The big names
GLD
like Apple
163 calls.
First hour's not over.
April 9th,
Volatility.
2021.
It just doesn't have the flavor of a disaster
QQQ.
in the making yet. It has the flavor of a retest of the lows, getting people
April
short,
1st,
maybe out of their positions. We just, thanks to Bonnie, we did get a fill on tap. I mean, how long did it stay down there? Long enough to get filled. I'm just hoping we don't get whacked on things that I want to be in
386
on this pullback.
calls.
And yet,
March 26th, 2021.
and here's the struggle. You want to buy the pullback
NVDA.
safely. How do you do it? Try Apple, and by all means, it should pull
March
back into those lows and then get us filled on a call spread. So far, no did happen.
122 calls.
So in
March
any event,
26th,
I think that we've got some, good fighting chances.
TSM.
PayPal
125 calls.
Didn't look great this morning, and that's why I said let's wait till the first hour. Volume trends are not
EWT.
do not match what's going on in this tape. This is not this is, to me, it is what
Equity
I said,
block.
an end of quarter and it's
HTA.
position squaring, but it's also got a flavor of
532,800 shares.
overextensions, which means people are selling a little bit more than they should. It's also just trying to keep up with the quotations to make sure everything is correct.
Equity block.
Is a challenge. So
HTA.
anyway, rely on
419,100 shares.
The VXX did get stopped out of its short position, so it gave back small profit from its big trade it had a week ago. I really don't have anything else to say about getting into this environment until I get a little bit more clarity. And if you take a look here, even the advanced decline on the SPY at 120,
April
it's not that great. But what did I tell you earlier? A lot of the stuff that's down is down in tiny amounts. So let's watch that breadth. I'll be back in just a bit. Hey Brandon, thank you for letting me know that. I've already sent some commentaries to TradeStation, but I can't, if I don't say, hey, I know someone else, then they go, oh, check your CPU usage, sir. Check this, check that. It's like, that's not what I want to hear, and that's I don't respond well to babble BS, and then I say something and then they hang up on me, and then I got to go through the whole call process again. So anyway, thank you for letting me know, Brandon, that
Equity
you've seen
block.
that as well.
SPXS. 545,351 shares. SPNV.
No, they know they got a problem, but they don't want to admit it. It's bad business to admit you got a problem.
Contracts.
Instead of, hey, let's look into that. Yeah, we've heard other people rumbling about it.
Calls.
Let's look into that.
March 26th, 2021.
It's the old corporation, put the blame on the consumer. They'll never know the difference.
March 26th, 2021. 500 contracts. BIDU. 240 calls.
I'm not saying that's the
March 26th, 2021.
It just seems that's the way it is.
WTRH. 3 calls.
And
April
that's why
16th,
I wanted everyone to know. That's why I train you. You call TradeStation when you had an order and you're not sure whether it got in or you got out. Never assume when you're in a trade and you click that your order got out. And if you click
Equity
a bunch
block.
of times,
SPY.
like say you're long and your market went down, you want to get out, you're not sure if you were in or out, and you
shares.
say, well, I was in, so I'm going to sell, and it doesn't go through, and you hit sell again and again and again and again. You just entered about 5 new short positions. So instead of being flat, now you're net short. You always call the trade desk and say, what do you, because the phone's recorded, and you always ask them. Never tell them what you're in. Ask them, what do you see my current position and orders in the market right now on your platform?
FCX.
You're asking them. It's on their server.
Calls.
And if the guy
March
says,
26,
oh, I show you short 6 S&Ps,
500
do I have any stops work? No, nothing's working,
March
sir.
26,
do I have any orders to offset? No, nothing's working. No working orders. You're only long 6 E-mini S&Ps, sir.
387
and then you go, do me a favor, offset that
March
position.
26,
I want to be flat.
2021.
You talk like that,
500 equity
now
block.
The liability is on them.
TBA.
So if something comes back and the next morning you find out you're in 20 shorts,
shares.
It's like, no. I
equity
called,
block.
it's on tape, I talked to
SPY.
Bob.
251,247 shares. Equity block. EGOV.
Well, I'm just using the nomenclature,
shares.
but liquidating along is if you enter orders, Jeff, to sell, to offset a position, and you don't think it went through, if you don't think the order was accepted, some people keep clicking. I'm saying call the trade desk. Just listen to what I'm trying to tell you. Call the trade desk and ask them what they see your position is on their books, and then give them instructions what your intentions are. Place a stop for me, get me out of the trade. I want to be flat. That's all I'm saying. Get them to acknowledge what's on your trade. Don't tell them
April
what you are
16th,
in, because you may not be in what you think, or maybe you ordered or clicked too many times.
SBUX.
Now, is that technology improved? It used to happen a lot, and like say a month ago. So I don't know if they were able to fix problems from a month ago. That's all. Okay. Yeah, so first hour rule is not that unhelpful. I mean, how did the Qs go from like, it looked like it was going to be a disaster to a lower opening, higher trade? See, that's
December
my whole point,
16th,
gang.
2022.
It doesn't have the flavor
Gold.
that the market's
22
getting
calls.
sold off.
September 17th,
and it's like, a big major, this is a correction.
500
and the question begs,
puts.
will we be able
April
to survive
16th,
long positions in the correction? Can we pick up some stocks that might do well off this correction?
JBLU.
Is the correction done for some of these technology names?
April 16th,
That's the other question. We're trying to get on an Apple pullback.
600
Damn thing won't pull back enough, in my humble
calls.
opinion. So
July
we'll be back.
16th, 2021. 503
Get a
contracts.
feel for the old girl. That's my 2 cents sometimes.
Equity block. PLTR. 150,000 shares. IPOE. 15 puts. July 16th, 2021. 716. Equity block. PMXA. 152,8512 shares. Equity block. GIs. 323,762 shares. IPOE. 15 puts. July 16th, 2021. 3,600. Equity block. MMC 338,832 shares. Equity block. NTAP. 153,702 shares. Equity block. PGR. 393,514 shares. Equity block. SPG 218,872 shares. Equity block. T484, 4489 shares. Equity block. UDR. 188,958 shares. Equity block. VZ. 255,0076 shares. AMC. 11 calls. March 26, 2021. 500 contracts, IPOE. 15 puts. July 16, 2021. 804 equity block. HLT. 257,100 shares. Equity block. X 720,175 shares. SPY. 386 puts. March 26, 2021. 700 equity block. JETS. 846,230 shares. Equity block. GEO 250,000 shares. Equity block. X 588,400 shares. SPY. 389 calls. March 26, 2021. 501 contracts. Alto. 8 calls. April 16, 2021. 500 contracts. TME. 20 puts. April 16, 2021. 1060 contracts. F16 calls. September 17, 2021. 1257 BIDU. 240 calls. March 26, 2021. 448 contracts. AA 32 calls. April 16, 2021. 949 contracts. SOS. 7 calls. April 1, 2021. 612 contracts. Equity block. EDU. 259,600 shares. IPOE. 15 puts. July 16, 2021. 1188 contracts. IPOE. 15 puts. July 16, 2021. 1381 contracts. Equity block. EDU. 150,000 shares. RXN. 45 puts. April 16, 2021. 500 contracts. QQQ. 302 puts. March 31, 2021. AAL. 21 puts. March 26, 2021. 890 equity block. FLOT. 305,279 shares. Equity block. IAU. 303,000 shares. TDOC. 190 calls. July 16, 2021. 1,100 contracts. SPY. 387 puts. March 26, 2021. 602 contracts. Plug. 35 calls. March 26, 2021. 1,000 equity block. LQD. 250,000 shares. THBR. 10 puts. April 16, 2021. 500 contracts. Equity block. WMB. 293,822 shares. NIO. 36 puts. April 16, 2021. 1,200 SPY. 387 puts. March 26, 2021. 5 equity block. SPY. 251,247 shares. DKNG. 100 calls. January 21, 2022. 1,000 contracts. BFLY. 15 puts. April 16, 2021. 904 contracts. Equity block. ILF. 303,559 shares. NIO. 35 puts. October 15, 2021. 780 HYLN. 12 calls. April 1, 2021. 525 equity block. SCHV. 270,659 shares. HYLN. 12 calls. April 1, 2021. 830 contracts. HYLN. 12 calls. April 1, 2021. 2,700 contracts. SPY. 387 calls. March 26, 2021. 510 contracts. SPY. 390 calls. March 26, 2021. 503 contracts. Equity block. SCHF. 485,964 shares. LOV. 5 calls. November 19, 2021. 972 contracts. Equity block. SCHZ. 810,289 shares. BABA. 220 puts. April 16, 2021. 499 contracts. SPY. 387 puts. March 26, 2021. 500. SPY. 387 calls. March 26, 2021. 1000 contracts. CSTM. 16 calls. April 16, 2021. 657 contracts. NUAN. 45 calls. May 21, 2021. 500 contracts. Equity block. VTRS. 250,000 shares. SPY. 387 puts. March 26, 2021. 545 contracts. BHC. 30 calls. March 26, 2021. 570. Equity block. CNQ. 245,771 shares. SPY. 387 puts. March 26, 2021. 501 contracts. Equity block. GE. 300,000 shares. Equity block. DKS. 155,520 shares. Vox. 25 calls. June 18, 2021. 4,999 contracts. Equity block. SPY. 600,000 shares. Vox. 22 calls. January 21, 2022. 667 contracts. Equity block. BSX. 204,759 shares. Vox. 25 calls. June 18, 2021. 903 contracts. IPOE. 15 puts. July 16, 2021. 1,141 contracts. NKE 115 puts. April 16, 2021. 1,629 contracts. NKE 115 puts. April 16, 2021. 1,000 Vox 22 calls. January 21, 2022. 929 contracts. IWM 209 puts. March 26, 2021. 5 WMT 134 calls. March 26, 2021. 500 contracts. Equity block XSLV 447,264 shares. Equity block TTMI 188,000 shares. Light 82 puts. March 26, 2021. 1,100 AAL 21 puts. March 26, 2021. 500 contracts. Equity block IEMG 560,528 shares. Equity block IEMG 534,368 shares. Equity block IEMG 454,883 shares. Equity block IEMG 559,734 shares. Equity block IEMG 618,107 shares. IWM 225 calls. April 16, 2021. AMD 78 calls. March 26, 2021. 500 and equity block BKLN 500,000 shares. Equity block IUSB 335,390 shares. Equity block GE 370,000 shares. Equity block, Tech. 178,300 shares. Gold. 24 calls. June 18, 2021. 19,460 contracts. Equity block, SPLV. 258,820 shares. Pen 114 puts. April 1, 2021. 500 contracts. Equity block, EZU. 417,100 shares. XLF. 34 calls. March 31, 2021. 3,467 contracts. Equity block, AMC. 223,570 shares. Equity block, CLOV. 301,822 shares. XLF. 34 calls. March 31, 2021. 5,001. Equity block, SMH. 280,000 shares. Equity block, XLP. 353,365 shares. PLTR. 25 puts. March 26, 2021. 500, AMC. 11 calls. March 26, 2021. 500 contracts. Equity block, IWM, 288,000 shares. SPY, 386 puts. March 26, 2021. 500 AMD. 78 calls. March 26, 2021. 500 ARKW. 125 puts. May 21, 2021. Equity block. WCN. 156,825 shares. Equity block. PRF 359,081 shares. SPY. 386 puts. March 26, 2021. 500 QQQ. 310 calls. March 26, 2021. 800 contracts. Equity block. AMC. 185,200 shares. SPY. 387 calls. March 26, 2021. 6 AMC. 10 puts. March 26, 2021. 1,400 and SPY. 387 calls. March 26, 2021. 6 NCLH. 35 calls. June 18, 2021. 909 CAN. 20 puts. July 16, 2021. 1,000 contracts. MDT. 130 calls. November 19, 2021. 500 SPY. 386 puts. March 26, 2021. 500 contracts. PLTR. 21 puts. March 26, 2021. 700 Tech. 17 puts. August 20, 2021. 654 contracts. Equity block. CWB. 417,905 shares. AAL. 26 calls. April 30, 2021. 1,450 contracts. FTFT. 7 calls. April 16, 2021. 590 QQQ. 320 calls. April 1, 2021. 3,125 contracts. Equity block. PBR. 229,550 shares. Equity block. F 157,300 shares. AAPL. 118 puts. March 26, 2021. 734 contracts. AAPL. 118 puts. March 26, 2021. 5 SPY. 385 puts. March 26, 2021. 5 plug. 30 puts. April 16, 2021. 1,086 SPY. 385 puts. March 26, 2021. 500 AAPL. 118 puts. March 26, 2021. 905 contracts. FANG. 90 calls. January 21, 2022. 500 contracts. PLTR. 21 puts. March 26, 2021. 5 NIO. 37 calls. March 26, 2021. 509 IWM. 207 puts. March 31, 2021. 6 SPY. 386 puts. March 26, 2021. 7 IWM. 207 puts. March 31, 2021. 5 IWM. 207 puts. March 31, 2021. 1,000 IWM. 207 puts. March 31, 2021. 1,000 IWM. 207 puts. March 31st, 2021. 1000 IWM. 207 puts. March 31st, 2021. 1000 equity block. RAAC.
The reason it's probably low volume is
299,000
because I wasn't
shares.
speaking as close to the mic as I probably should have,
Equity
and that
block.
may be the quality issue. So
SPY.
thank you, Jaron. I apologize for that.
251,222 shares.
You know, certain
SPY.
things are. It's weird.
380
Certain
puts.
things are up. Who would have expected
March 29th,
beer tap to be up to
2021.
open lower, trade us? Kinder Morgan's holding in. I mean, I can sit here and say good news and bad news.
March
the stuff that's getting
29th,
liquidated is ugly.
2021.
Conagra.
383 puts.
It seems to me that it's a rotation, liquidation, and an a quarter profit taking, and it was instigated by none other than, let's face it, seasonalities.
March 29th,
you can put it on higher taxes. That's really, let's get higher taxes. We got a press conference with Biden
shares.
next week. That ought to be interesting. They're gonna zap him up full of rest and relaxation,
April 1st,
probably.
2021.
But with that said, what I would tell you right now,
block.
we take a look at
RODM.
The market.
351,014 shares.
It's weird. It's not that
XLI
unwholesome.
90
I mean,
puts.
this stuff.
Maybe
because what I was looking at was a Pew Energy,
650
some bank
contracts. Equity block.
Conagra,
VIAC.
TAP.
190,000
so those are behaving
shares.
well. I don't think, Bonnie, the press conference I thought was next week. Is it today?
April 16th,
I thought it was next week.
2021.
Today is the
571
congressional hearings
contracts.
with social media, Zuckerberg, etc., etc.
TQQQ. 85 calls. March 26th,
Andy, it is today. I thought it was next week. My bad. Thank you guys for sharing that with me. That is important. I had thought I saw it was next week.
2021. 5 ET. 6 calls. May 21st, 2021.
Where did I get fake
1,500 and equity block. CVNA. 162,000 shares. Equity block. RAAC. 200,000 shares. IWM. 203 puts. April 9th, 2021. 1,000 VIAC. 63 puts. March 26th, 2021. 500 AMD. 78 calls. April 1st, 2021. 516 VIAC. 63 puts. March 26th, 2021. 1000 ET. 6 calls. May 21st, 2021. 1,600 and SPY. 400 calls. May 21st, 2021. 2,544 contracts.
I forgot to turn the mic off. I don't want to do heavy breathing on you. I'm still trying to validate that. We do have the testimonies. Other than that, we are feeding upon ourselves in the market. The S&P is down 0.8%. The advanced declines, no bueno. As you all see,
SPY.
the
400
weirdest
calls.
thing of these volume readings
May
that just aren't
21st,
indicative of massive selling attacks.
2,566 contracts.
At the bottom, PayPal. That's a bullish convergence. If we do come out of a buy signal, and when we get a buy signal, if you haven't bought, I mean, right now they're dirt cheap. I think that we have a good shot at I hate to tell you, I don't know where it's going to end. We'll find out. Let's get a buy signal, but under a condition of a volume convergence. Unless deteriorates even further, we need to kind of wait another day. Or at the end of the day. This is not going to recover in the next 10 minutes, in my humble opinion. Apple, though, 119.63. They don't want to give that up. So there's not really all that. There's not. What I'm trying to not say is I would not initiate a short position here. I would look for a potential, this pullback as a buying
QQQ.
opportunity, since I see the stuff
310
that
puts.
is rotating
March
and should hold
26,
value
2021.
is, and that according to my work, and
1001
that's where I'm at. But
contracts.
short-term trading, yeah, knock yourself out. And I think that's been my message. Hopefully it's been my message.
Equity
We'll find out
block.
if you guys
SPY.
that translated well. Short-term trading at best, long-term look for
shares.
spots, and that's my 2 cents right now. But you know what? Some of the stuff we're in is okay. Some of the stuff we're not in, and some of the stuff I'm looking to get in, like Tilray, is coming back to my spot. So I don't, I'm just clinging on to what I'm my what is the word I'm looking for? My outline, my weekly analysis.
Equity block. F 157,300 shares.
Thanks, Jeff, for that post. Right now, the market's feeding on itself. It's getting scared. There's emotions. It's getting worse. Some people you're getting that liquidation. You get headline news on Yahoo Finance. Ray Dalio say this is the biggest bubble in history. Now all of a sudden that the market's back down. They weren't saying that 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago. I wanted to get a little bit defensive and move into certain areas that were doing well and use tight stops and trail them just in case. I was avoiding the heavy stuff,
AMD.
overvalued stuff. For example, unfortunately, I did go with the PayPal, which I thought in the fintech world would do well with the stimulus checks, and I thought financially, at least technically, it looked wholesome, and then it turned on us. So, all right, but buying of Twitter at 78, not my thing. Buying Etsy, buying all these other high
Equity
valuations.
Block.
They weren't my thing. We stayed away from them. Can they pull back?
239,752
Tilray. Buy it higher,
shares.
buy it lower. I'm actually getting close to ready to buy Tilray soon. So just thought I'd let you know, re-entering on a newsletter official trade. I said I'd buy it if it got near that level we were first entering in. Between 17 and 20, I got to wait for the right setup, but somewhere down in there, I think you can enter. Roblox. I mean, I'll probably put that in a newsletter. It doesn't. It's an IPO. It doesn't have enough. What's the word I'm looking for? Time, and to give me any indicators. So I mean, it is a risky trade. Can you wait another week or so? Sure, but I mean, if you wanted to put 1,000, 1,500, commit like $5,000 total to a trade, if you're going to put $5,000 into a stock, for example,
contracts.
At this point, how do I feel about Roblox? I'd say $1,500 near
2021.
Just below the 63 number. Just to scale in. I don't know. Is it going to go to $10? Is it going to fail? I don't think Roblox is going to fail. I don't think it's going to turn into a disaster. I don't think Roblox is going to go bankrupt. If anything, I think it's a stellar trade. Right now, it's only 62.19 and a half, 62.14 that is. So it's 62.30. So the bid and ask on Roblox is pretty ridiculous. It's for a stock, use limit orders. It's 22 at 34. I mean, it's not a penny wide spread on a stock trade. So these boys they're what's the word I'm looking for? Horrors.
April 16th, 2021.
That's just all I'm saying. So be careful about that
block.
but it is at the area that I thought would be a decent value. Use a limit order. And is today the day? Again, if it goes to 50, the answer was no. If it goes to 75, the answer was yes. So how do you do that? I'm building a position. I believe, based for my grandkids, if this trade messes up, Here's your Christmas present, kids.
Equity
Sorry.
block.
Maybe you
SPY.
should continue to spend your weekly allowance on Roblox.
251,222 shares.
Bottom line, I
Equity
think
block.
it's worthy of a
VXUS.
trade. My 2 cents.
802,500 shares. Equity block. BAC. 491,700 shares.
But use limit orders
PBF.
on this one.
15 calls. April 16, 2021. 720 NFLX. 475 puts. April 16, 2021. 277 contracts. ARKK. 109 puts.
All right.
March 26, 2021. 533 contracts.
You know, Jeff, listen.
AAPL.
I gave this story out. I want to share this.
119 calls.
So imagine
March 26,
how many kids play soccer these days.
500
Think
contracts.
When my son and daughter-in-law say, Dad, the soccer leagues in the travel for kids 10 up to 12, which I have a 10-year-old and a 12-year-old in a traveling soccer league. It sounds insanity. It's like I grew up in the sports where your local neighborhood, maybe you played against the town next to you that was
Equity
2 miles
block.
away, Winnetka,
SPY.
Glencoe, Highland Park, Northfield, which was Winnetka,
shares.
Northfield in the hockey league, right? Evanston, you played, in Chicago. I'm just getting you how I grew up, right? But we didn't go to Joliet to play a hockey team, and I didn't travel to southern Indiana to play a hockey team. Well, my son's going to like Miramar. He's going up to Jacksonville. They're going over to St. Petersburg. I mean, we're talking 3-4 hour drives in a car for a kids' soccer league. But here's the deal. And in that same soccer league, by the way, was on my grandson's team. Mary will kill me for giving this disclosure out, but Charlie Woods, I think I've said that before. Charlie Woods, Tiger's son, was on my grandson's soccer team. Charlie is now more into golf than soccer, but he was a good little soccer player, little Charlie. The point being is they would travel all over the place. So visualize this. Wherever they go, the whole family, if you have like a pack of, I don't know, 3 or 4 kids, right? If you had a litter of 3 or 4 kids and you got one playing soccer, you're either getting a babysitter for the other two, or everyone's getting in the car, and it's a family event.
Puts.
And they got the little wagons,
March
and they got their tents, and it's an event, and it's an all-day event. And these kids sit there and play soccer on a Saturday. They like
April 16,
tournaments.
2021.
So it's like if they make round 2, round 3, I mean, it could be
contracts.
An all-weekend deal. They're staying in a hotel. What's that got to do with Roblox? Every single kid on the sidelines of this mega soccer tournament events, they're all playing Roblox for the most part. I'm just thinking to myself, ding, 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 ding. What? Oh, yeah, it's crazy.
Block.
And a lot of them are like, hey,
VSX.
Dad, Mommy, I need more money on my card. I guess you get a Roblox
shares.
card, and you can buy gift cards or Roblox
Equity
cards,
block.
and that helps them to control
SPY.
what they're spending.
251,222
so,
shares.
I mean, you got kids 7 years old tugging on their parents' shirt. Hey, I need more money. All right, we'll reload you later. That's what I told you guys. You got to get
block.
in and look at this. This is
AGNC.
a whole new. I've never heard of this phenomenon before,
shares.
right? I mean, Amazon is kind of like the addiction
Equity block.
of a buying spree
SPY.
for adults. I mean, just point, click, boom. 2 days later, here it is at your door. Christmas,
shares.
right? And then, same thing again. I don't want to go out. Well, again, we've already had that discussion about that model, about maybe people are tired of that. But
BKR.
with Roblox, and that's the discussion
19 puts.
right now.
April 16th,
I don't know where the value is, but
500 contracts.
I'm going to get rid of Bonnie, if you don't mind. I think I did my analysis
puts.
for you for X.
May 21st,
I'm going to get rid of
2021.
X and go RBL.
315
Again,
puts.
I don't have
April
any
9th,
technicals
2021.
to support this trade
500
because it's brand new.
310 puts.
I'm not sure what the real
March 26th,
value of this stock is
2021.
as a momentum
900
trade
gold.
today.
23
I know
calls.
that we've sold off.
January 20th,
I know there's not a lot of
2023.
volume relative to the
500
first day
contracts.
IPO,
MSFT.
or the first day launch, not
270
IPO,
calls.
excuse me.
August
Open
20th,
print, we gapped
2021.
below. That was
Equity
the
block.
open print. This is the midpoint.
280,000
We're right
shares.
between the low and the open. It opened, it traded down for like a nanosecond or 5
ICLN.
minutes and then shot right back
21
up.
puts.
The question begs,
April 1st,
is
2021.
this chart look, I mean, I've got
500
only
contracts.
less than 2 weeks, is it, or 2 weeks or so, of analysis. I'm just going on what I'm hearing, what I see, and what I do know is if you could have monopolized on crack cocaine and invested in a company that legally distributed crack cocaine, would you have? Probably. Well, this is a gaming thing, and it's like crack cocaine for kids, and parents support it. So is it the next learning
NRG.
thing too?
35
It's not
calls.
just video games. It's
April
entertainment.
16th,
It's learning.
2021.
It's unique.
1,400
So I think
TSLA.
for me,
600
like I said,
puts.
I'm just
April
sharing
1st,
with you what when
2021.
I'm interested in a stock, I learn about it. I learn about the ins and the outs about it. I do my
puts.
diver dumpster
March 26th,
dumpster diving,
2021.
as Andy likes to
503
say.
contracts.
I ask questions. I do diligence. Is it the trade today? Could you get it at 50? Can you buy it at 10? 3 months from now? Maybe. But I think at the very least, it does warrant buying back near where it opened. The only other stock that I remember that I was pretty excited about that made a little sense to me on an IPO when it first came out, and I said I'll buy it when it gets cheaper, is LinkedIn. LinkedIn never got cheaper. So
March 26th,
anyway, that's just my little 2 cents on this particular name. Again, I don't have any other analysis for you on this other than, and here it is, other than what I'm explaining. So maybe wait for a day where we get back above daily pivots. We don't have enough to do a 3-week period moving average structure system because it hasn't been around. And it just, I would say, start to establish positions somewhere when it first started. So that way one day it says, oh man, it hovered around when it first came out. I didn't tell you to buy it there. I said, look for a pullback here. If you bought it there, you'd probably be pissed as an investor. I didn't tell anyone to buy it at 78 or 79. I said, wait for the pullback. And I don't know what happened on my line, but it was somewhere right around here. It was the midpoint. I made a green line. I may have mistakenly dumped it. If I'm wrong, please let me know I'm wrong. If this is a scam and you've heard it's a scam, please let me know. But if it's true, then that kids can buy this thing and they work hard and they put their allowance money together, I think it's a trade. All right, that's my 2 cents. That's all I'm saying about Roblox. And it's right back to where, I don't know why my green line went away, but that was why I put the green line there. It wasn't quite the open. It was the midpoint
GDRX.
of the low and the open of that
calls.
first initial
April
offering
16th,
day,
2021.
launch day, let's call it.
600 HAL. 22 calls. April 9th, 2021.
Equal opposite potential in 18 minutes.
22
Apple
calls.
goes up to pivot.
April
fails.
9th, 2021. 3,184 contracts.
Next support target. Interesting. The other day I said this is a muy no bueno pattern. I did say that. It was starting to eke out. I think it was on the daily charts. Let's double check. It was eking lower volume readings. It is in a wedge. It's breaking down, and it could get down to between the one, somewhere in that zone. That's why that's the ultimate low. And if this is a wedge breakdown, that will be the target. Someone in here. I think maybe 115 up to 130 calls makes sense for me, especially if it dives down in here. I kind of would say that I'm still working those orders for that trade. I like that trade. I think that between now and May, this thing can be The only thing that would mess that trade up is if the Biden administration says, yes, we are raising corporate tax rates immediately, and then we're screwed. And that will be, no offense,
TQQQ.
one of the biggest
85 calls.
crashes
March 26th,
to your
2021.
retirement
1000
portfolios,
eBay.
and where would
57
be
puts.
uh,
March
what's the
26th,
word? That particular
2021.
word, I think the market initially would come
646
out and
contracts.
be what am I trying to say, generously or not bad. This market would melt down in a heartbeat. That would be my 2 cents. That's just bottom line. If you think I'm joking, you have different opinions. I can tell you right now, this market went up because of tax codes. This market went up on deregulation. This market, take that away, and this market's going to have some problems. It will be sell first, ask questions later. I'm not telling you whether it's how the market would react.
AA 31
Bottom
calls.
line.
April
It is
16th,
frothy, but with Apple and
2021.
that seasonality, if things kind of calm down, you
599
got one more.
contracts.
Just remember, too. Let's go over here and take a look at weekly charts on this. If the market truly is bearish, I mean, you generally can get a little chewy and choppy, but you should have one more test. And that's what I said. So I'm not sure where is the lows coming in. The assumption is you test the lows, you take out the lows. So that's the assumption. True? If the assumption is you take off the lows, you buy it. And the assumption is, generally speaking, if the market's going to peak out, it has one more shot of
PLTR.
testing the highs. And so
21
that would
puts.
be kind of
May
indicative of a
21st,
choppy range. We still
2021.
currently are in a,
807
the
AA
volume started
31
to eke
calls.
lower, but the volume was
April
strong
16th,
as it started to rally.
2021.
So, I mean, there's some buyers in there. It would take a
997
lot to get this
contracts.
market
Equity
to
block.
unwind. It would take a lot.
BIL.
And I'm not saying that we're going to buy this to hell freezes over
360,507
because it's going
shares.
to $10,000.
Equity block.
But I am saying that between
EVRG.
the pullback that we're in right now
249,200
through
shares.
May, we should see at least a
Ride.
retest of those highs,
11
and a
puts.
115, 130
March
spread
26th,
is perfect. That's all I'm
2021.
saying.
562 LUMN. 13 calls. March 26th, 2021.
It's what I planned. It's what I
505
said.
contracts.
I'm a week. I don't know. I've been looking for this thing to pull back. We said if this was going to buy, you buy a close, a 60-minute close above the high.
Spy.
I said if you want to cheat, knock yourself out, but stop yourself out right there.
March
All
26th,
good intentions, all good analysis, all correct information. That's how it's played out. So if I'm anticipating the market's going to have more selling, then I think that based on the long-term analysis that selling pressure, if it gets to a logical
April
spot,
16th,
a logical spot is hit the stops underneath the lows,
620
get everyone bearish,
50 calls.
pick up some
April
cheaper
1st,
options to the upside, be realistic. I think 115 up to 130 is the realistic number, and that's what we go with. I don't know why TAP is up 1%. That's Molson Coors, but it is. I don't know why Citi is up 9 cents, but it is. I don't know why Williams is not off more than just 3 little teeny pennies, and I stupidly lowered my bids on that one. Kinder Morgan. So we don't have all bad things here. ConAgra, with $14 beans, it's tough to see that these people not making money unless, like I said yesterday, they're cooking their books and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, that's my 2 cents, kids. I think I've put on some, wimpy longs versus aggressive shorts. And again, the reason I'm not in aggressive shorts is my work just didn't suggest
CCJ.
to get aggressively short
calls.
right yet.
April 16th,
Screw 2021. My work sometimes. I hate my work sometimes.
1,050 contracts.
Anyway, we're coming back strong, 205 versus we didn't get that really negative down day, which would have been like 4, 5, or 30 advanced decline, right? That's when we know we got a problem. A lot of the stocks that I told you about were what? Down by minuscule amounts. It's weird, right? So, is this a head fake? I don't know. The liquidation is real in GBTC. That went from the 50s to the 40s in a heartbeat, and your algo is on it. And the one that we're going to dump at the end of the quarter, which is next week. So, Jeff, if you, I'm saying it every single day as a reminder to everyone, the comparisons of the two, I'm getting rid just because I'm not going to do it today. We're just going to let it run to see what happens to the end of the quarter, because I said the end of the quarter. But I can tell you right now, if today was next week, which it's not, but if it was, this model on the left number 16 is history. Out of here. Done. We'll revamp our foreign currency. I'm moving back into the euro. I'm getting out of a British pound model. I'm getting back into the euro because we are seeing some more interest in the euro right now relative to the dollar. And as Europe opens, we're going to see what happens to their economy relative to the pound. And I think it's time now to revert
Equity
back
block.
into models of the euro
FTOC.
currency. That's another thing that I'm changing up for the quarter. Crude oil, I think
shares.
everyone's long forgotten after almost a year of negative $37 a barrel. The volatility type of trade, the summertime trade with crude futures is back in. It's given some decent trades. I've been monitoring that. So those are coming back in. So we'll make more room for the more relevant products. And the more relevant product would be get rid of the 16 GBTC, get the euro currency model back in. I'm not sure if it's going to be the 15-minute or a swing 60-minute model.
April 16th,
futures of 60-minute has, in this environment,
contracts.
80, 90 point ATRs is like nothing relative to the S&Ps, which, by the way, went short, got out. Today's action
VRM.
in the ES actually captured some decent trades so far. It's long on an uptick in volume. The VXX is a little scary having it up there and in a long ES. It's a mixed tape, but I'm certainly more hopeful of the market right this second
October 15th,
at 11:20 than I was, say, at 10:35. At 10:35, I was like, uh-oh, red rum. We took out the first hour low. The advanced decline was much weaker, and so I'm just throwing that out there. Well, we don't need two, but again, Jeff, I did this not just for you, but, well, maybe a little bit for you, but what I did the two was, this was the 16 and this was my updated model, and I wanted to give it not so, like when I did Razor Focus a year ago, or a year and a half ago, I don't know, a year and a quarter ago, Razor Focus model. I let that trade for a while before I released it. Number one, because I wanted to see how it performed, not in just here's a great back test, and then you put it live and it sucks, right? It doesn't work. It doesn't generate trades. It doesn't trail stops. The function of the algo doesn't work.
May 21st,
so when I introduced the old version 16, which made money, but did the functions of algo 17 version 18,
shares.
Did it do better? And the answer is emphatically yes, it's done better 10-1. Some weeks during January, 16 did a little bit better holding its long, but in volatility, choppiness, and trending conditions, 18 has proved to be a much better performer. And so it has greater percent of wins both on longs and shorts relative to the 16. And that has to do with the functions of the dynamic trending and the compression stop features that are in this model. So that's my 2 cents, and that's why it's out of here next week. But I said I would give it to the end of the quarter. We're giving it to the end of the quarter as a trading model, as also maybe as an indicator for you guys to know, hey, do I buy the rally on when the thing goes short? You're not buying the dip. If it's in an active short, you shouldn't be buying the dip. If it went long and it gets stopped out, you too might want to do the same thing. It's got a good reference that you can say, hey, in the past, this thing's fairly reliable. Yeah, not every trade makes money, but in the past, this model is phenomenal, right? I mean, it sure beats flipping coins and using stochastic MACD combos with Bollinger Bands. I can tell you that right now. All right, enough of my jargon. Let me see if I can bail us out of what I got in and keep you on the right side of the trade here. We seem to have the right thing. We let TAP come to us. That's nice. We seem to have some decent in the pipeline structure of energy with Kinder Morgan and Williams.
11 puts.
And that's
September
the bottom
17th,
line. Thanks, gang.
2021. 2,800 KKR. 49 calls.
You're welcome,
April
Jared.
16th,
Thank you.
2021. 600 contracts. Equity block. SPY. 251,222 shares.
All right, so I'm sitting here going like, all right, what in the hell does, I mean, Molson Coors, why did that show up on our screens? I don't know. Why is it
BABA.
in the market going down? Why is it one of the few stocks that are going up?
June 18th,
right?
2021.
I mean,
739 contracts.
I mean, I don't know where you would like to be. If you bought Apple at 123 and it goes to 119, what would you feel better about? Saying, gee, I own
Equity
Apple,
block.
it's okay? Or,
SPY.
hey, TAP came down, filled me on a low-tech price entry, doing one of John Person's traditional let the market pull back to me, got filled, now it's up 90 cents, a dollar. What do you want to do? Hey, on a bad day like today, you could take $1 out of the trade and say sayonara. I don't give a crap about
2021.
weak
500
the only thing I can find out about Molson's, and you guys can do the same,
14 calls.
is a news report, and this
March
is weird, so listen carefully to this. The third biggest U.S. public pension fund scores another win in its push for better political spending disclosures.
2021.
So now we have, now that to me is very troublesome.
T268,800 shares.
Because now a pension fund in New York State wants the companies to list who they give money to on a political front. So what does that mean? If you don't vote for one party, we're not going to invest in your company? So, gang, if you don't think politics is something that we need to look at, this story is Dow Jones Newswire. You can go and on Thinkorswim and you can read it. The New York State Common Retirement Fund says it's withdrawing a shareholder resolution with Molson Coors after the brewer agreed to disclose all of its political spending in an annual report. The nearly $250 billion fund, which filed 5 shareholder proposals on political spending at various companies during the 2021 proxy season, recently reached a similar deal with the utility company, First Energy. Now, I don't know about you, but that's like a company
equity block
donates money, like Jamie Dimon. He's no dummy. He donates money to both sides. Whoever wins, hey, I gave you money. I'm in, right? That's the way to do it. Politics can make you or break you sometimes. But I found that to be a very interesting thing. Hope to God that now that we're filled, they did donate money entirely to Trump, while the Biden administration views that as evil empire, or New York. I'm just throwing this out there, and I'm just throwing a little bit of humor on it. But I mean, if you're long the market and there's someone says, I don't like the way you vote and I don't like the way you contribute to voting, even though you have the free right, I have the free right not to invest in your company, regardless of how good your product is, your earnings, and everything else structurally about your company. We don't like how you donate and support political parties. That's that. I don't know if that's, I don't know where to go with that. Is that it's weird. So that's something for a lawyer to say, is that it's everyone has the right. I have the right to invest. You have the right to vote or donate. But it's kind of weird. I haven't really heard that many stories about something like that in my
309
number of years
calls.
of investing.
March 26,
I'm throwing that out
2021. There. 5 IBM. 130
and
calls.
If that's the reason TAP's
May
going up, then I'm in the wrong. I'm in the stock for the wrong
500
reason.
Equity block. QID. 259,057 shares.
It ain't because it's great beer.
TQQQ.
At least Coors Light.
85
but the volume
calls.
trend looks pretty decent still.
March 26th, 2021. 1,056 contracts.
Let's take another gander. Yeah. It just popped off the high up there at 49.12 while I was talking, so it looks like someone else read the same
equity
story.
Block.
Holy moly.
You
all right. Well, we'll see what happens there, gang.
shares.
I wanted you to know I'm not making this stuff up. It's in the news. It was
AAPL 119 calls. March 26, 2021. 5 TSLA. 600 puts. April 1, 2021. 391 contracts.
I thought another thing, Coors, John B. Thank you very much for that. It's not just they're doing the hard seltzer, right? Isn't that the deal? That I forgot the name of that thing. Since I don't drink
BA.
booze, it's like everyone's moving into the hard
245
seltzer
calls.
business. No one wants to drink beer,
March
so they're getting
26,
into like fruity hard
2021.
seltzer stuff.
300
Trilla,
BB.
what do you drink?
11
Mary?
calls. April 1, 2021.
What's that stuff you
500
drank that you liked?
contracts.
More
Equity
importantly,
block.
you probably
F
will only have one in your lifetime, but you said you liked it.
157,300 shares.
Hello?
Equity block.
Earth to Mary.
310,300 shares.
She walked away.
Equity block. EEM. 537,478 shares.
It's called Truly. Kiwi strawberry, Truly. Refreshing after a round of golf. For those who don't drink alcohol, just stick with maybe seltzer water.
BA. 242 calls. March 26, 2021. 300 GE. 12 calls.
Johnny B's getting all into the
March
Truly.
26,
If you like the Truly.
2021.
I don't know about White Claw.
602 BA. 240 calls. April 1st, 2021. But all right, well,
if they reinvent the wheel and they
contracts.
get into that, then God bless America. Let's just stick with the trade. But something there was in the charts, and hopefully we got the right trade
EMB.
going. All right?
107 puts. May 21st, 2021. 500 contracts. SPY. 387 calls. March 26, 2021. 500 contracts. FB. 295 calls. April 16, 2021. 6 BA. 250 calls. April 1, 2021. 509 BA. 242 calls. March 26, 2021. 200 BA. 250 calls. April 1, 2021. 450 SPY. 387 calls. March 26, 2021. 533 contracts. AMC. 11 calls. March 26, 2021. 500 contracts. SPY. 387 calls. March 26, 2021. 963 contracts. Equity block. IEMG. 974,400 shares. Equity block. VT 638,602 shares. SPY. 387 calls. March 26, 2021. 5. IRG. 12 calls. May 21, 2021. 917 equity block. VTRS. 200,000 shares. Riot. 42 calls. March 26, 2021. 509 contracts. LIVX 7 calls. April 16, 2021. 507 contracts. BA. 245 calls. April 1, 2021. 250 contracts. BA. 245 calls. April 1, 2021. 200 and BA. 250 calls. March 26, 2021. 400 BAC. 37 calls. May 21, 2021. 500 contracts. Uber. 55 calls. March 26, 2021. 500 TIGR. 15 calls. April 16, 2021. 500 contracts. Equity block. IUSB. 649,648 shares. Equity block. Dish. 170,900 shares. Equity block. ORCL. 158,404 shares. Equity block. OHI. 314,121 shares. Equity block. SPY. 1 million shares. Equity block. F 157,300 shares. BA. 250 calls. March 26, 2021. 200 DDOG. 81 puts. March 26, 2021. 500 contracts. Equity block. GLT. 363,300 shares. FXI. 50 calls. May 21, 2021. 2,051 contracts. Equity block. XSLV. 519,765 shares. Equity block. AVTR. 375,000 shares. QQQ. 330 calls. April 30, 2021. 3,000 QQQ. 330 calls. April 30, 2021. 2,000 AR8 puts. April 16, 2021. 636 contracts. CSIQ. 38 puts. April 16, 2021. 500 AR8 puts. April 16, 2021. 1,857 contracts. Equity block. ATEC. 265,825 shares. QQQ. 330 calls. April 30, 2021. 2000 equity block. PS 250,000 shares. CSIQ. 38 puts. April 16, 2021. 900 CSIQ. 38 puts. April 16, 2021. 500 CSIQ. 38 puts. April 16, 2021. 500 USO. 40 puts. March 26, 2021. 3,300 Dell. 41 puts. April 16, 2021. 558 Gold. 20 calls. June 18, 2021. 2,000 contracts. Equity block. TME. 150,000 shares. Equity block. SCHD. 417,166 shares. Equity block. AMD. 1 million shares. Equity block. SPLV. 517,366 shares. Equity block. BABA. 250,000 shares. UPS. 165 calls. April 9, 2021. 500 BA. 245 calls. March 26, 2021. 263 contracts. NVDA. 485 puts. March 26, 2021. 6. FXI. 50 calls. May 21, 2021. 2,200 equity block. VITL. 198,700 shares. AAPL. 122 calls. March 26, 2021. 732 contracts. AAPL 122 calls. March 26, 2021. 767 contracts. HAL 22 calls. April 9, 2021. 510 contracts. Equity block. DRI 219,300 shares. Equity block. ANGL 378,100 shares. NIO 35 puts. October 15, 2021. 607. BA 250 calls. August 20, 2021. 1005. Equity block. SRLN 254,700 shares. QQQ 310 calls. March 26, 2021. 507 contracts. BA 245 calls. March 26, 2021. 269 contracts. NKE 129 puts. April 16, 2021. 600. Equity block. TME 150,000 shares. Equity block. OPCH 397,223 shares. SPY 387 calls. March 26, 2021. 7. AAPL 140 calls. June 18, 2021. 600 and BA. 245 calls. March 26, 2021. 300 BA. 245 calls. March 26, 2021. 200 equity block. CX 494,000 shares. BA. 245 calls. March 26, 2021. 295 contracts. Tall. 55 puts. August 20, 2021. 1,700 equity block. GE. 300,000 shares. SPR 50 calls. July 16, 2021. 1,013 contracts. SOXL. 32 calls. May 21, 2021. 700 IWM. 215 puts. April 1, 2021. 3,707 contracts. Equity block. FAII. 200,000 shares. Tall. 55 puts. April 16, 2021. 1,900, SPY. 387 calls. March 26, 2021. 6 equity block. PLTR. 193,100 shares. ET. 7 calls. March 26,
My oh my,
2021.
how the world turns quickly.
900 contracts.
If you notice this morning, it was kind of like, I don't know how to explain myself sometimes.
TSLA.
People challenge.
650 calls. April 9,
you know that movie,
2021.
The Internship with
200
tall
equity
guy
block.
and the blind guy.
Count.
You know,
220,200 shares.
Vince Vaughn and the blonde
TSLA.
guy.
650 calls. April 9, 2021.
Owen Wilson. Thank
703
you,
contracts.
You know, that is a very mild comedy that exemplifies Vince Vaughn's
37
personality,
calls.
and the two
March
that gel
26,
with their
2021.
style of being
700
positive and upbeat.
NIL. 37 calls. March 26,
What
2021.
were they selling? Pens?
14,223 contracts.
Like, yeah, that's a destructive innovation. And then they go on to wanting to work for Google,
equity
but they're
block.
nice to people, right?
SPY.
And then they get the one guy, the really geek looking guy with the beard.
shares.
He's always got the probably cost
AAPL.
headsets on, right? I mean, those big
122
headphones
calls.
that the guy's got, and he's like,
March
I don't wear
26,
these to listen to
2021.
anything. I can actually hear everything around
BAC.
me. It keeps people
38
from
calls.
distracting talking to me
April
because
1st,
I don't
2021.
I don't interact well with human
1900
beings.
gold.
I
24
love that
calls.
line. I don't
June 18th,
interact well with human
2021.
beings. Dogs and babies,
554
that's what loves me.
Spy.
Animals, birds,
390
squirrels will come up
calls.
to me.
March
Babies,
26,
kids love
2021.
me. Adults, I struggle.
701 contracts.
Anyway, what's the moral of the story? The moral of the story, honestly, is that the advanced decline is coming back strong. I do feel bad about having popped out of USB.
April 1st,
Was it a tight
2021.
stop? No, it was the right stop. The daily charts on US Bancorp,
contracts.
the daily charts don't look good. But the rip that's coming, this is just, I mean, explain to me how you get a dump to get filled on tap,
251,222
the
shares.
thing is up almost $1.50.
Equity
I mean, it's crazy, right? I mean, that's a big. I mean, most people in the old days, $1.50 move on a stock in an hour was a big thing. I mean, I'm talking.
2050 calls. April 1st, $20,
a $50 stock.
128 contracts.
Citi did not get stopped. Kinder, we did not get stopped. Williams, I wimped out. I joked about it. If close, cancel order. I lowered the Williams because it did have thinner volume and it was capable on a correction of going all the way down, and that's why I lowered the stop price or the entry price, excuse me, on Williams. So we're only on a. I'll look to see how we close over today, tomorrow, but the volume on Williams still looks very attractive, gang.
PLTR.
Let me look at a couple things, or have you look at a couple things with me. I'll
March
share it with you.
26th, 2021.
Now, I can only take responsibility what comes out of my mouth, right? And the things that we're trading. PayPal, Intel, things like that. But longer term, I think those were still fair. We haven't done any longer term destruction on Intel yet. And on the semis, remember, this could be a dump in that space before a big pump that comes in April and May, and that's what I think this is. It might be this does not have the flavor of the end of the world crash yet. It has a corrective phase taste in my mouth.
PRTY.
It's up to us to make sure we're on the right side of the trade. Bear
April
with me 1 second.
2021. 650 G. 13 calls. May 21st, 2021. 500 contracts. VXX11 puts. May 7th, 2021. 500 contracts. QQQ. 310 calls. March 26th, 2021. 605 contracts. Snap. 56 calls. April 30th, 2021. 620 IWM. 211 puts. March 26th, 2021. 1,560 contracts. Equity block. HYG. 445,000 shares. Equity block. SSO. 357,408 shares. BA. 245 calls. March 26th, 2021. 300 Trib. 58 calls. April 9th, 2021. 500 contracts. BA. 245 calls. March 26th, 2021. 300 SPY. 390 calls. March 26th, 2021. 500 Trib. 58 calls. April 9th, 2021. 1,000 contracts. Equity block. IVV 372,315 shares. PDD. 145 calls. May 21, 2021. 1,906 contracts. Equity block. TME. 200,000 shares. Equity block. GM 200,000 shares. HYLN. 12 calls. April 1, 2021. 500 contracts. JPM. 120 puts. January 21, 2022. HYLN. 12 calls. April 1, 2021. 700 contracts. Equity block. CPNG.
All right, so here's the gig.
700,000 shares.
Weekly volume, end of the week, we'll see. We're still in a weekly
Equity
buy, so how do
block.
you buy a weekly buy that's in a
HYG.
weekly buy? You can't have another weekly buy signal, so you got to use
260,200
short-term
shares.
or you use add to the trade on a breakout. We're in a good position. We would add to this trade on a breakout. If this thing is going to break out, it's got a lot of room over time. I like the developing trend. I would wish there was a little bit more longer-term volume in Williams. It's one of these energy companies that does pay a dividend. They're wholesome, they're healthy, they're pipeline, they got everything going well with them. Even in this environment, in the under the current administration and their outlay for trying to get things with green energy. So Williams is a company that can survive in this environment, my humble opinion. That's number one. So I wanted to address that with you guys, and I feel bad because it is a little volatile. I mean, it can be. I mean, as you can see, it's got some wild swings.
65
initial pullback number was
April
great, but I
16th,
saw that it might have more of a deeper pullback, and that's why I lowered my bid. Okay, fine. I didn't get into a full position, but I can add to it the week gain over. We still got to get through tomorrow, right? So here's the 1 hour. Boy, check that out. I mean, we just got a huge volume spike in this trade yesterday. That is, another little. I mean, that's just treacherous to see the markets do that kind of thing. It's treacherous to see that gap lower opening and come right back. It's pretty violent down there. But what's interesting is that these lows are being accepted on higher volume. Each low is getting bought out with more volume. Each low is getting bought out with volume. So that's the neat thing about this particular trade. Now the question begs, where would I add if I wanted to get in and I missed my add-on price? Where do
March
I get
26th,
in? I would get in on an end of the day, end of the week in this condition to see, if it's the end of the world sell off and I'm wrong,
March
and the market's going to crash and go down forever,
500
like
contracts.
1929. Then the last thing I want to do is to add on to anything because everything will go down. But I don't think that's the case. So my supposition is then buy it on another breakout and then the next pullback. And then you got more confirmation of higher high, higher low. And we have a better shot of cost averaging in on the rally. So that's my next plan of attack for Williams, if that makes sense.
122
to
puts.
So I just wanted to address
April 1st,
that. Number
2021.
All right, so let's go restore that sell.
Run.
It's making money,
calls.
not losing money. Nice.
April 16th,
Kinder Morgan,
2021.
we raised our stop. We're still in.
Contracts.
Let's double check. How do the technicals fare? So on a daily chart, I mean, Kinder Morgan's okay. It has decent volume. It's not like melting down. It's supporting this rally. So that's nice to see. The weekly charts, just as it is right now. Of course, week's not over. I mean, it's making a stair-step pattern. That's very positive. It's respecting its rising MAs. I got to stick to that trade. It's in potentially the beginning
May
phases of a rally.
2021.
I mean, the later stages when you get more aggressive upside associated with more volume. And then you could say, hey, I'll add on a breakout rather than a pullback. We don't have it yet, so we'll watch. Relative
April
strength
16th,
is off the charts.
2021.
I don't know what else to
500
say.
contracts.
It's the right trade within John Person's mindset and my teachings, right? We're holding pivots, structurally sound, good volume, good relative strength. What else do you want? I mean, I don't know what else I don't know what else to get in on stuff like that, right? Same thing happened with TAP. Let's take a look at Citi. I feel bad about USB because I really talked it up. I think it's
calls.
positive, but you know,
May
stock that stops me out when it shouldn't,
2021.
I gotta say goodbye to.
570 contracts.
So here's Citi. We're in
IWM.
only a small position, a half position in Citi.
calls.
You know, the bank stocks had a big run up. They had a nice correction. Is it nice enough? This is 1 hour
contracts.
chart. Volume's choppy. I mean, there's some big swings in here. I think longer term, and that's why we got into this trade, it was doing pretty good. But would I add to the trade this second? No, not at all. And let's go and take a look at the weekly chart and see what Starlight has to say. It had a nice aggressive move. It had limited volume. The relative strength longer term is breaking out. Why wouldn't I buy it right here? It's about where I got in, and I mean, it came close to the stop, and it's not really going anywhere. If it gets back above pivot, and this is, I don't know if this is a 1, 2, 3 week pullback, and we're only in 2 of the 3 weeks. And it seems to sometimes when it pulls back, it can, like over here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks. This is a weekly chart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks. So I don't want to be tied up with a lot of equity and adding on to a trade if it's not going to break out. So if it's going to go, we're in a position. The volume supports new highs. This reading is better than that reading, and man, it's like off the charts. So I think in the environment that eventually this will be good for banks. Higher taxes, different story. But if corporate, if yields normalize eventually in the next decade, meaning, you know, people can go to the bank, put money in a CD and get 3-4% rather than negative interest rates, right? If we can get back to normalization, you know, the banks will do well. And the banks should do well in this environment. People are lending, healthy lending. They're making money. They're back on. And Citi, for whatever reason, has had one of the better longer-term volume structures. Now let's compare Citi to USB, which was more in the regional banks. That's why I'm kind of sad it got out. And that's why I'm not really chasing it, because if you look at this chart, gang, it's almost the same chart as Citi, right? It's still okay. Was the stop too tight? You know, we joined that trade too late, a little late. I think that, you know, maybe it might have another week or two. I'd rather miss an opportunity rather than get into a trade
Equity
that's
block.
about ready to just
SPYG.
unwind. I'm not sure. Here's the daily volume, and that to me,
shares.
that volume trend right there, if I got stopped out, which we did, it's okay. Was no harm, no foul. Wasn't a big loser. But with that type of volume coming out of the trade, I'm not getting back in on USB. We are below the pivot. That's not healthy either. So if volume can get back up and things look better, then USB's back on in the bank sector. So bottom line, that was a major slap in the face, and that's why I have tight stops. And the reason I had tight stops, it's not because I just guessed. This is the kind of work that we did behind the scenes to help you guys get better confidence that when I put something that comes out of my mouth, it's not just because I just, you know, threw a dart at the board. I mean, I use my cube. Some of you know that, right? The cube.
AAL.
Pray,
24
hedge,
calls.
hold, buy, sell.
April 1st, 2021.
The main, elements.
2,465 contracts.
This was not a cube trade. This was real market analysis. So there's Citi, and that's what we have to contend with. Let's go over here, change that back to 1 hour, blah, blah, blah. Apple won't go down,
Equity
won't
block.
go up.
HST.
Let's see. Intel, I said yesterday,
shares.
man, market opens higher on really good news and sells off, no bueno, but I think that's just a trap, and long-term volume still looks wholesome. I'm sticking with those, as my recommendation was the June 70 strike calls. The best time of the year for Intel is at the end of this month, and I think even in the semiconductor, these guys are going to come and kick some serious booty, and you're going to find some investment dollars pour into Intel at these lows. We'll find out if I'm right on that. We'll find out by tomorrow if we see a recovery, and more importantly, by early next week. CAG, ConAgra. I mean, what's there to say about ConAgra? $14 beans. These guys are going to make money. Vegas, Wynn. There's a problem with the stocks in China. Not that there's a problem with China. The stock market in China and the FXI selling off is that anything to do with the casino? I don't think so. I think the casino's had a run. I still think we're good with Wynn. Pretty sure we still have enough time left on that option strategy. We do have availability to buy back the short side of spreads when we're in bull call spreads. I just don't know if it's today. I'd rather wait to see how it performs by tomorrow. All right. PayPal is the same story. Roblex, I already gave you my analysis. And that's it, right? That's all we got. And the last, but not least, would be Walgreens, and to throw out a stop on Walgreens. I don't want to say it, but break-even stop after having options help finance surviving the trade would be a loss because we didn't offset our cost of the options. So I'm actually thinking at this point in time, I don't want to not have long exposure
March 26,
to
2021.
Walgreens. So I am thinking of doing another option to the downside on Walgreens rather than just a stop. That's the difference.
Shares.
Health insurance for your health, but you pay a premium, or just a stop self-funded insurance. You tell me what you want, because that's the difference between having a stop in the market on the stock, getting stopped out, or paying for premium on an option.
2021.
That's, I guess, the best way to describe it.
Contracts.
And then lastly, let's double check. Things seem to slow down now.
20 calls.
It's noontime.
April 16th, 2021. 620 equity block. LB 206,350 shares.
Yeah. So ES, I'm gonna have to get on the phone with these morons.
Go. 12 calls. May 21st, 2021. 500 contracts. CCJ. 20 calls. April 16th, 2021. 3,213 contracts.
By the way, there was a TradeStation update that I did. And since I did that, by the way, I've had this problem that we noticed this week in the trading room. I may make sure the mic is turned off because I am going to talk under my breath. And, well, we'll leave it at that.
FCX. 31 calls. April 16th, 2021. 2,552 contracts. FCX. 31 calls. April 16th, 2021. 4,001 CZR. 90 calls. April 1st, 2021. 1,000 contracts. BA. 250 calls. March 26, 2021. 800 equity block. UWMC. 200,000 shares. TSLA 670 calls. March 26, 2021. CCJ 20 calls. April 16, 2021. 2200 TWTR 65 puts. March 26, 2021. 5 MCK 187 puts. March 26, 2021. 5 Equity Block GE 300,000 shares. Equity Block TME 175,000 shares. Equity Block LQD 1 million shares. AAPL 122 calls. March 26, 2021. 810 contracts. Equity Block F 157,300 shares. SPY 361 puts. June 30, 2021. 805 contracts. Equity Block ESG 140,7339 shares. Equity Block IEMG 943,369 shares. Equity Block EEM 119,6752 shares. Equity Block EEM 119,6752 shares. IWM 211 puts. March 26, 2021. 5 Uber 55 calls. May 21, 2021. 1078 contracts. BB. 13 calls. April 9, 2021. 1000 contracts. TSLA. 620 calls. March 26, 2021. 4. Equity block. QQQ. 650,000 shares. Equity block. EEM. 119,6752 shares. Equity block. GE. 300,000 shares. CALX. 45 calls. April 16, 2021. 700. CALX. 45 calls. April 16, 2021. 700. SPY. 391 calls. March 26, 2021. 1000 contracts. Equity block. VUG. 330,000 shares. Equity block. GE. 300,000 shares. PLTR. 23 calls. March 26, 2021. 500. AAPL. 122 calls. March 26, 2021. 500 contracts. Equity block. SPY. 251,222 shares. LVS. 60 calls. May 21, 2021. 500 contracts. NVDA. 492 puts. March 26, 2021. 401 contracts. Equity block. BAC. 250,000 shares. SPY. 387 calls. March 26, 2021. 5. Equity block. BAC. 500,000 shares. IVR. 4 calls. April 16, 2021. 922 contracts. HAL. 22 calls. April 9, 2021. 926 FSR. 19 calls. April 1, 2021. 1000 contracts. SE 232 calls. April 16, 2021. 1500 contracts. Equity block. VT 307,700 shares. AAPL. 120 puts. April 1, 2021. 909 PFE. 35 calls. April 1, 2021. 960 SE 210 calls. April 16, 2021. 503 contracts. IGV. 315 puts. August 20, 2021. 1th equity block. EEM. 518,271 shares. SE 210 calls. April 16, 2021. 618 contracts. Equity block. Fold. 300,000 shares. Equity Block, UWMC, 200,000 shares. Equity Block, UWMC, 200,000 shares. Equity Block, GSEW, 411,722 shares. AAL, 25 calls. July 16, 2021. 1008. Equity Block, BABA, 256,000 shares. AAPL, 120 puts. April 9, 2021. 906 contracts. Equity Block, AMD, 150,000 shares. Equity Block, EWJ, 424,615 shares. WKHS, 13 puts. April 9, 2021. 718 contracts. Equity Block, ZI, 500,000 shares. 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 Equity Block, ZI, 182,500 shares. WKHS, 13 puts. April 9, 2021. 907 contracts. Equity block. PS 1 million shares. Equity block. PS 750,000 shares. Equity block. ALUS. 155,700 shares. PSTH. 22 puts. April 16, 2021. 950 SPR 50 calls. July 16, 2021. 1,184 contracts. TSLA. 660 calls. March 26, 2021. 258 contracts. Equity block. DIS. 150,000 shares. WFC. 42 calls. April 16, 2021. 600 equity block. TTMI. 512,000 shares. Equity block. NAY. 202,789 shares. Go. 35 puts. April 16, 2021. 862 equity block. BAC. 269,708 shares. NRZ. 8 puts. November 19, 2021. 1,000 contracts. FB. 282 calls. April 1, 2021. 207 AAPL. 122 calls. March 26, 2021. 835 contracts. AAPL. 122 calls. March 26, 2021. FANG. 2 calls. April 16, 2021. 574 contracts. AAL. 23 calls. March 26, 2021. 672 contracts. AAL. 23 calls. March 26, 2021. 675 contracts. Equity block. XLU. 304,560 shares. REI. 5 calls. September 17, 2021. 506 equity block. SPYV. 329,8679 shares. AAPL. 120 calls. March 26, 2021. 1,330 contracts. XLE. 47 puts. April 1, 2021. 899, CLF 15 calls. March 26, 2021. 531 contracts. Tech. 16 puts. May 21, 2021. 508 equity block. GE. 237,500 shares. Equity block. SPY. 251,222 shares. BA. 250 calls. April 1, 2021. 250 equity block. LVS. 270,000 shares. SABR. 15 calls. April 16, 2021. 920 equity block. SQQQ. 351,600 shares. Equity block. IWM. 255,000 shares.
All right. So many of you, if you're a TradeStation client, may be familiar with that sound. However, we're working on some issues behind the scenes that we need to work on, and that's with the hello. Yes, yes. This is the institutional desk, not the regular retail desk. So I'm so glad that they've not shaved down in zero interest rate environments and in zero
Equity
commission
block.
environments and zero
PS
platform fee environments. Something's got to
191,400
give.
shares.
And in this case, it's obviously customer service people, and they're really thin here. Needless to say, I just wanted to let you know, if you think you're unique in having I'm trying to solve problems for the benefit of the room. Um, would I blow my brains out listening to this for another so far 20? Let me double check. 34 minutes. Wow, that's interesting. And then they'll come on and say, "Oh, we thought it was super busy." I don't know why they're super busy. Probably because their quotes aren't coming through accurately, like we noticed with the ES. I'm betting a lot of other people have the same issue. Order entry problems. Anyway, what I would tell you this: it's nice when you get a little market correction, and that the stock
LVS. 55 puts. January 21st, 2022.
So
600 contracts.
if Mary says when someone cuts me off the road and I yell and I rant and I say a couple choice words and she's like, "They can't hear you. I'm in the car. It's obnoxious." So I respect that you're in that same position. You're my prisoner with an open mic. You have no feet. Well, you do. You have a choice. You can mute me. But anyway, here's the deal. It's nice, I will say, to work hard and to look at this and see that some of the names that we have that were in William Train Station. My name is Ryan. Jesus Christ, Brian! I forgot my own fucking name. I was on the whole fucking. So boy, let me go back and figure out what I called for.
Equity block. IWM. 300,000 shares. Equity block. PS 900,000 shares. LVS. 62 calls. May 21st, 2021. 500 contracts. Plug. 40 calls. June 18, 2021. 500 contracts. Equity block. PLYA. 198,573 shares. Nova. 40 calls. April 16, 2021. 717 contracts. UAL. 56 calls. April 23, 2021. 600 and SPY. 391 calls. March 26, 2021. 988 contracts. BA. 257 calls. April 16, 2021. 600. BA. 275 calls. April 16, 2021. 1,300 contracts. Equity block. BSX. 245,883 shares. SPY. 385 puts. March 26, 2021. 500. BA. 255 calls. April 16, 2021. 406 contracts. Equity Block, DBB. 802,790 shares. Equity Block, GE. 300,000 shares. DHR. 240 calls. May 21, 2021. 500. NVDA. 495 puts. March 26, 2021. Equity Block, GE. 300,000 shares. GME. 180 calls. March 26, 2021. 103 contracts. Equity Block, TBA. 350,000 shares. EWZ. 32 puts. March 26, 2021. 987 contracts. Equity Block, VVV. 150,000 shares. GS. 335 calls. March 26, 2021. Equity Block, CAR. 797,800 shares. XBI. 130 puts. April 1, 2021. 1,000 contracts. Equity Block, BAC. 150,568 shares. GME. 200 calls. March 26, 2021. 104. CLF 18 calls. April 30, 2021. 805 contracts. Equity Block, SPY. 251,222 shares. Equity Block, EWQ. 518,671 shares. Equity Block, MUFG. 184,970 shares. Snap. 55 calls. May 21, 2021. 540. Equity Block, XLV. 346,311 shares. Equity Block, IWM. 500,000 shares. Equity Block, EWH. 311,382 shares. AR12 calls. May 21, 2021. 500 contracts. Snap. 60 calls. October 15, 2021. 900 contracts. Equity Block, Loma. 250,000 shares. MRVL. 44 calls. May 21, 2021. 1000 WMT. 135 calls. April 16, 2021. Equity block. EFA. 720,000 shares. Equity block. SPY. 251,222 shares. QQQ. 320 puts. March 26, 2021. 7. SCHW. 70 calls. May 21, 2021. 500 equity block. IG. 269,638 shares. SPY. 391 calls. March 26, 2021. 1000 SPY. 391 calls. March 26, 2021. 1 SPY. 391 calls. March 26, 2021. 1112 contracts. SPY. 391 calls. March 26, 2021. 942 contracts. SPY. 391 calls. March 26, 2021. 2,808 contracts. Equity block. GE. 300,000 shares. QQQ. 307 puts. March 26, 2021. 773 contracts. Equity block. GE. 300,000 shares. Equity block. FBP. 159,272 shares. XBI. 130 puts. April 1, 2021. 507 contracts. AAPL. 121 puts. March 26, 2021. 500 contracts. TSLA. 600 puts. March 26, 2021. 300 PFE. 35 calls. April 1, 2021. 500 contracts. NIO. 38 calls. March 26, 2021. 689 contracts. PHM. 51 puts. March 26, 2021. 500 contracts. Equity block. RDS/B 450,000 shares. Equity block. RDS/B 250,000 shares. Equity block. RDS/B 150,000 shares. ICLN. 21 puts. January 21, 2022. 2000. TIGR. 17 calls. April 16, 2021. 500 contracts. Sand. 10 calls. January 21, 2022. 1,650 contracts. Roku. 300 puts. April 1, 2021. 1,417 contracts. Equity block. EWQ. 301,884 shares. Equity block. GNK. 170,000 shares. Equity block. WKHS. 300,000 shares. INTC. 62 puts. March 26, 2021. 885 contracts. BMY. 61 puts. April 1, 2021. 500 contracts. Equity block. Fold. 200,000 shares. BMY. 61 puts. April 1, 2021. 1,000 contracts. TLT. 137 puts. April 1, 2021. 1,363 contracts. SPY 387 puts. March 29, 2021. 997 contracts. Equity block. FP 269,508 shares. LAZR. 22 puts. April 16, 2021. 909 equity block. Fuse. 250,000 shares. Equity block. VT 290,300 shares. Equity block. NUAN. 250,000 shares. Equity block. EEM. 575,000 shares. Equity block. WKHS. 200,000 shares. KDP. 33 puts. April 16, 2021. 2,500 contracts. Equity Block, HYG. 500,000 shares. PLNT. 80 calls. April 16, 2021. 533 contracts. Equity Block, ANGL 276,000 shares. Equity Block, IUSB. 251,200 shares. Equity Block, HYG. 500,000 shares. Equity Block, FXI. 800,000 shares. MRVL. 45 calls. March 26, 2021. 900 Equity Block, CX 200,000 shares. Equity Block, FCAC. 250,000 shares. Equity Block, PCG. 531,100 shares. Equity Block, BAC. 151,281 shares. Equity Block, USIG. 525,000 shares. NIO. 36 puts. April 16, 2021. 1,206 contracts. Equity Block, GE. 300,000 shares. SPY. 388 puts. March 29, 2021. 500 contracts. AAPL 121 puts. March 26, 2021. 500 contracts. QQQ 313 puts. April 9, 2021. 1000 contracts. QQQ 309 puts. March 26, 2021. 532 contracts. IQ 22 puts. June 18, 2021. 1035 contracts. Equity block. IWM 251,134 shares. IQ 22 puts. June 18, 2021. 760 contracts. UVXY 7 calls. April 9, 2021. 519 contracts. Equity block. CAR 482,556 shares. Equity block. DIS 150,000 shares. Equity block. DIS 150,000 shares. Equity block. JPM. 200,000 shares. DDOG. 70 puts. April 9, 2021. 586 contracts. Equity block. AAPL. 150,000 shares. AMC. 13 calls. June 18, 2021. 550 contracts. QQQ. 307 puts. March 31, 2021. 700 equity block. GSAH. 175,000 shares. eBay. 54 puts. April 16, 2021. 500 contracts. PLTR. 22 puts. March 26, 2021. 586 contracts. SPY. 389 calls. March 26, 2021. 989 contracts. Equity block. Loma. 178,791 shares. Nova. 40 calls. April 16, 2021. 584 NVTA. 35 puts. April 16, 2021. 750 contracts. Equity block. WPF. 165,581 shares. Has 98 calls. April 1, 2021. 1,500 DKNG. 67 calls. March 26, 2021. 529 contracts. Equity block. EWZ. 870,000 shares. AAPL. 119 calls. April 1, 2021. 500 contracts. Equity block. EWZ. 870,000 shares. FXE. 109 puts. May 21, 2021. 1,600 contracts.
All right.
Equity block.
I laid you guys up with
940,000 shares.
I don't know why Kinder Morgan is breaking out. I don't know why Williams is breaking out. I don't know why TAP is breaking out. Long live the every once in a while the person indicators come alive. We also have a scenario in Labu, which I've got in the middle
Equity
right
block.
side
FXI.
column
500,000 shares.
It's underneath City. The
Equity
deal
block.
is it's
G.
against a I don't know what you want to call it,
940,000
10-year,
shares.
12-year support resistance line. That's the green line in the sand. I already illustrated that. We can cover it again tomorrow. What I would like to see is if biotech is going to go up. I always tell you this. When aggressive investors, they either buy options or they can get into the leveraged ETF. And at this point, I'm not seeing huge volume, number one. And number two, what is happening with the price? The pivot, which is the fuchsia dots, is acting as resistance. So what do we want to see? If the market's going to be bullish, then blue over gold, which means the daily pivot is greater than the 3-period pivot point moving average, which is not. And we want to see price, the pivots of the day, start acting as support. So if we can get a change of the guard, that's when we're going to be packing on Labu.
Equity block.
Any day now.
G.
Remember, it's the end of March,
940,000 shares.
and we see an upside. If you take a look with me together here, and I'll do this one more time in Labu. Let me try one more time in Labu. Like I said, one more time. And go over here to style, and I'm going to change the time frame, and I'm going to go to what does that say? I said longer term, 20 years, and I want monthly. Fine. Apply. Okay. And as you can see from way back in the day,
Equity block.
the open,
SAII.
close, open,
500,000
low,
shares.
Didn't close above it, opened,
XPEV.
opened, low,
40 calls. May 21st,
resistance,
2021.
resistance,
2,900
broke out
AAPL.
above it. So
115
the real
puts.
trade to be
May
savvy
21st,
is to buy it right this very second and risk underneath that low if you want to be balls
calls.
out. Or
March
in
26,
technical terms, that means
2021.
aggressive. Okay.
1,155
some people might even
contracts.
look at just parochial style or even validated trend lines off
Equity
of the
block.
lows. Look at the trend line
IBN.
right there.
200,000
so you're at a very strong
shares.
support. So buying here with low risk is defined, or wait till you start to see the key reversal take place, and that would be for short term. We would want to see again, I hope this can be replicated over and over and over again. If you ask me tomorrow, the next day, I'll probably say review the video, but trend lines can always be replicated because it's based off price points. In this case, we're drawing support line off of lows. Anyway, so for Labu, what I want to see is if it is going to recover, I want to see the market, the pivot act as support, and then we can get a defined trend. So if all we did was go down, take out the lows here, hit some stops, and then boom, immediately bounce, volume should kick in a little bit better, which it really hasn't. And more importantly, we want to see the pivots, instead of acting as resistance, have the pivots act as support, and then we can go with a nice upside. And I think the way it's setting up from a seasonal perspective, volume perspective, and what we see with some individual names right now, such as Regeneron, Biogen, we are seeing money going. It's been violent, was a big quick sell-off, and what I'm suspicious of is that it's a big fast dump before a big time pump going into its seasonality time frame. So this is where I think we can make it. When I say an epic run, I think easily we can get back into maybe around that 120, 125 zone, and then from down here, that's pretty epic in my humble opinion. I mean, it's not uncommon to see a leveraged ETF return back to. Let me double check here. Go back to style. Let's go. Excuse me, time frame. Let's change that to daily, and I mean this area here could easily come right back up and then test into the zone, which was old highs, old lows, old highs, right up in there. I mean, that's not pie in the sky, kids. That's easy to do if this thing bounces from here. So it's just
equity block.
To me, I think this could be a very strong
shares.
recovery, especially looking at that volume pattern.
Equity
we didn't
block.
take out any volume.
AEP.
Now, granted,
167,471 shares.
If anything is in a time frame for biotech to move up, I mean, I don't know, pandemic world would be something that would open.
IWM.
And then again, companies getting back into the business of making cures and diseases like that thing called cancer that a lot of people have been afflicted with.
203
right? So biotech still, or
May
diabetes,
2021.
or multiple sclerosis, or 1,000 other epilepsy, and a
March
1,000 other things that are affecting our
equity
citizens.
block.
And again,
300,000 shares.
Around, we could see some upside. I think the world is a little bit more
equity block.
Understanding.
SQQQ.
Drug prices were a little too expensive. Okay,
shares.
It got politicized and they beat the crap out of it. But I think people are
equity
now like,
block.
hey, wait a minute. If you can come up with a cure, that would be kind of cool.
150,000
so therefore,
shares.
I think people are willing to.
Equity block.
It's a different
FTGC.
mindset right now. So I might be wrong on this, but the logic of the
shares.
technicals are signaling that this could be one epic seasonality recovery. It's something to consider, something to be watchful for, something not to ignore. That's my last message and broadcast of the day. I just wanted to make sure it fell on good ears. All right, there's a phone call. Now I got to run. That's the conference call I'm waiting
SPY.
for. This ought to be good.
386 puts. March 26, 2021. 500 equity block. SPY. 251,222 shares. NKLA. 12 puts. May 21, 2021. 574 contracts. SPY. 402 calls. September 17, 2021. 902 contracts. HON 220 calls. January 21, 2022. 594 contracts. Equity block. LNDC. 321,632 shares. Equity block. PK 250,000 shares. QQQ. 310 calls. March 26, 2021. 512 contracts. Equity block. HYG. 500,000 shares. GS. 335 calls. March 26, 2021. 444 contracts. SFM. 25 puts. April 16, 2021. 610. SFM. 25 puts. April 16, 2021. 2,501 contracts. Equity block. XLE. 265,801 shares. Equity block. XME. 340,191 shares. BA. 242 calls. March 26, 2021. 300. AR8 puts. April 16, 2021. 1,388 contracts. Equity block. BMBL. 156,865 shares.
By the way, you Bitcoin traders out there, you notice that the system just popped out of that short GBTC trade on the algo
F14 calls. May
1718
21st,
version, and the old
2021.
16 is actually down in the ball. Pretty wild.
1,163 contracts.
One more phone call. All right, listen, I'm full of calls today. We're trying to solve some major issues on TradeStation platform behind the scenes, and we got some people working with us, so we're going to get that hopefully resolved. Thanks, everybody, and I'll see you later. Lastly, Cisco, I still say Intel will be okay. There's a hope and a wing and a prayer on PayPal. Cross your fingers. Wins. Same story. I'm going to try and get some insights on the casino stuff. Waiting for a call there from my buddy Mikey G. Don't want to give his last name because he's way up on the corporate ladder. He can give me some stuff. I got to schmooze him a little bit, see how the wife and the kids are doing. Why we haven't played golf, we catch up a little bit, and then I'm going to boom, hit him, hey, what's going on corporate-wise? See if he can give me some intake on projections, any new things coming up. How's the casino operation in Japan coming because it got canceled or delayed? Has COVID taken a whack? Are the numbers looking okay? How's people, are they dropping dime on the tables? In other words, are people gambling? Whoever is coming to Vegas, what's the story out there? How's the new property that opened up, wherever the hell the name of it is? I forgot, but I'm trying to get some insights there. So we'll get the insights on the Vegas story soon. And in the meantime, this is a rotation correction market, and I think if it was completely dead to the waters, not all the stocks would be a lot worse than what they are. So looks like a financial correction, or excuse me, it looks like it's a bank stock correction.
Equity block.
Higher valuation
Vail.
correction, and it does look like
210,000 shares.
and dividend stocks. And yesterday, don't forget what I shared with you, stuff that had like 3% dividend yield. I don't know what that magic number was. It was a little defensive. Old technology names like Cisco, which got an upgrade by somebody. IBM is another one. So old school stuff is coming back. Hopefully Intel does the same. In the meantime, we can lean on Molson Coors, sit back, have a sip of some savory upside. Roblex came right into that level between the open and the low, the green dot. Hopefully you picked up some of that. I did, so I don't know what else to say. If you look at how fast that market between me talking and getting that, and the next thing you know, straight up, it's not going to be a newsletter trade yet. Newsletter trade needs to be something that would be more like on the lines of
equity block.
Something I could say, hey, by the way, if you buy it at 60,
150,000 shares.
You want to call up average in at 20, don't get in too long. Nobody wants to hold this thing for 5 or 6 years. I just think that this is a great little trade to put on, especially if you got grandkids, and you can say, I'm not going to buy you a Roblex card. Here's $10, but I'm going to buy you some Roblex stock.
Equity block.
All right.
PBI.
I will see
150,000 shares.
Over at TradeStation, we're dealing with an order entry app that's been afflicting some other issues, and I'll work on. They said I've got to do something with the cache when they did an upgrade, and one guy doesn't know how to do 10.0, and it's just, you know what? It's okay. It's not like the end of the world. Let me explain something to you about TradeStation.
GME. 200 calls. March 26, 2021. 168 contracts.
They're under pressure, and the whole industry expect customer support. So it's something has to go, and that's the model that we're in. So bottom line, we have to be a little bit as traders tolerant, because while we want free stuff, you pay for what you
Equity
get in
block.
life, and that's the moral of that
NUAN.
story. So I'm working, they're working with me,
250,000 shares.
and I hope everything should be good. Anyway, I'll talk to you guys in a little, if not later this afternoon. We'll be back tomorrow morning to see how things short up. Oh yeah, and there was COVID. Thanks for that, Jeff. I forgot to mention that. And COVID, a lot of people had to work from home. I mean, they added crypto, and they do make money off the spreads like the old FX, and that's why that's their focus. But when you open up a lot of crypto, what do? You get a lot of people who open up $100 and $200 accounts, and that's just, the bottom line. Guys can open up a $200, $300, $400 account and trade a mini crypto or whatever it is, or a micro future, for a buck a ticker or whatever it is. So that's the bottom line. If it's not being recorded, it's we'll do it all over again. Hopefully you were here and heard it live instead. Labu, I typed it up anyway, and you can reference it that way. So nothing's perfect, and we're trying hard. I'll talk to you later. The bottom line is, we got a nice trade setup that occurred on a pullback on tap. We were diligent, kept our bids. We've got Citi still on. We've got, let's see, ConAgra a little on there. We've got, let's see, I put you on a little bit of Roblex. I don't know where it's going to go, but, I'm up a couple bucks anyway. Where my grandkids is, let's put it that way. Win, we'll find out if that's going to work out. Boeing's up a little bit. We've got PayPal to dig out of. Intel is June options. We got Williams, and we've got nice upside there, and we also have a small position, though, and we got a nice position in Kinder Morgan. So apart from that, we've avoided bloodshed. We've not gotten whacked at the knees yet, so we still have money in the wallet. Everything's good. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Ciao.
Equity block. ZNGA. 174,100 shares.
Oh yeah, and the board's green, like everything. Everything on the algo room is green. Unbelievable. Take a blink before it changes.
XPEV. 40 calls. May 21, 2021. 2,685 contracts. XLB. 80 calls. June 18, 2021. 5,000 contracts. ARKK 150 calls. September 17, 2021. 2000 contracts. FB 285 calls. March 26, 2021. 511 contracts. FB 285 calls. March 26, 2021. 516 contracts. XBI 131 puts. April 1, 2021. 503 contracts. Equity block. PDAC 435,411 shares. AAPL 121 calls. March 26, 2021. 514 contracts. DDD 28 calls. March 26, 2021. 500 contracts. XLB 80 calls. June 18, 2021. 5,000 contracts. Equity block. AM 250,000 shares. Equity block. AM 188,500 shares. Equity block. Trib. 750,663 shares. PFE. 38 calls. May 21, 2021. 501 contracts. IWM. 203 puts. May 21, 2021. 700. IWM. 203 puts. May 21, 2021. 7. Equity block. INFY. 169,000 shares. IWM. 203 puts. May 21, 2021. 6,208 contracts. Equity block. HAL. 150,000 shares. Equity block. VT 316,900 shares. Equity block. HOG. 350,000 shares. DDOG. 85 calls. April 16, 2021. 240. AMD. 80 calls. April 1, 2021. 805 contracts. Equity block. EEM. 548,200 shares. TIGR. 20 calls. April 16, 2021. 1,000 contracts. EVBG. 130 calls. April 16, 2021. 600. Equity block. HOBE. 205,000 shares. NIO. 37 calls. March 26, 2021. 1,110. 90 calls. April 1, 2021. 1,500 contracts. Equity block. FAII. 250,000 shares. IPOE 15 puts. July 16, 2021. 1,151 contracts. Equity block. SQQQ. 285,600 shares. Equity block. SCHF. 845,709 shares. SDC. 12 calls. April 23, 2021. 527 contracts. Equity block. IPFF. 316,709 shares. LUMN. 13 calls. March 26, 2021. 500 contracts. KDP. 33 puts. April 16, 2021. 990. ARKK. 114 puts. April 30, 2021. 600. Equity block. FTCH. 183,985 shares. Equity block. VWO. 251,283 shares. Equity block. SPY. 251,222 shares. SABR. 16 calls. July 16, 2021. 700 Equity block. SPYV. 766,579 shares. Equity block. Ajax. 200,000 shares. Equity block. PK 812,000 shares. Equity block. IGIB. 322,413 shares. Equity block. ACI. 203,882 shares. FL60 calls. April 16, 2021. 579 contracts. BIDU. 222 calls. March 26, 2021. 762 contracts. Equity block. EMLC. 275,000 shares. BIDU 180 puts. May 21, 2021. 300 and AMD 78 calls. March 26, 2021. 500 and SPY 388 puts. March 26, 2021. 1224 contracts. USO 39 calls. March 26, 2021. 791 contracts. Equity Block FTCH 175,000 shares. Equity Block Fold 250,000 shares. SPY. 390 calls. March 26, 2021. 544 contracts. XLE. 50 calls. April 1, 2021. 840 contracts. Equity Block. IRT. 500,000 shares. Equity Block. NLY. 250,000 shares. JMIA. 35 puts. September 17, 2021. 500. COMM 15 puts. April 16, 2021. 800 contracts. XLE. 50 calls. April 1, 2021. 556. IQ. 30 calls. June 18, 2021. 565 Equity Block. FTCH. 160,000 shares. BABA. 210 puts. May 21, 2021. 500 contracts. JD. 78 puts. March 26, 2021. 543 contracts. NPA. 12 calls. April 16, 2021. 597. NPA. 12 calls. April 16, 2021. 756 contracts. ZNGA. 12 calls. May 21, 2021. 722 contracts. Equity Block, ENIA. 250,000 shares. BIDU. 220 calls. March 26, 2021. 403 contracts. Equity Block, ZNGA. 223,900 shares. Tall. 57 puts. August 20, 2021. 832. Run. 60 calls. April 16, 2021. 1,250 contracts. Equity Block, TME. 170,200 shares. RF23 calls. November 19, 2021. 880 contracts. PDD. 150 calls. April 16, 2021. 1,000. Equity Block, ZNGA. 248,800 shares. Equity Block, ZNGA. 248,800 shares. MRO. 11 calls. April 23, 2021. 641 SPWR. 34 calls. April 16, 2021. 5 AMC. 11 puts. March 26, 2021. 801 MRO. 11 calls. April 23, 2021. 1000 contracts. FDX. 280 calls. June 18, 2021. 1500 contracts. GLD 161 puts. April 9, 2021. 786 SPY. 392 calls. March 26, 2021. 602 contracts. KHC. 40 calls. April 16, 2021. 575 contracts. Equity block. ACI. 200,000 shares. LVS. 60 calls. April 1, 2021. 900 contracts. Sum. 30 calls. August 20, 2021. 1000 contracts. SE 235 calls. April 16, 2021. 2000 contracts. V 215 calls. May 21, 2021. 889 equity block. CERS. 300,000 shares. PDD. 135 calls. May 21, 2021. 900 WFC. 40 calls. April 16, 2021. 500 V 215 calls. May 21, 2021. 883 contracts. KRE. 70 calls. May 21, 2021. 500 contracts. NVDA. 510 calls. March 26, 2021. RTX. 80 calls. June 18, 2021. 1,500 SE 215 calls. April 16, 2021. 785 FSR. 18 puts. April 16, 2021. 1,200 SPR 50 calls. July 16, 2021. 1,246 contracts. Equity block. SPY. 251,222 shares. QCOM. 130 calls. June 18, 2021. 2008 RTX. 85 calls. June 18, 2021. 530 FSR. 14 puts. April 16, 2021. 7,513 contracts. Equity block. VIPs. 281,500 shares. Equity block. CERS. 300,000 shares. Equity block. CERS. 300,000 shares. CSCO. 55 calls. May 21, 2021. 512 contracts. Tech. 17 calls. April 16, 2021. 660. Tech. 17 calls. April 16, 2021. 2,285 contracts. Equity block. SGOL. 288,299 shares. SPY. 395 calls. March 29, 2021. JD. 77 calls. March 26, 2021. 500 contracts. Equity Block, LQD, 261,000 shares. TQQQ, 85 calls. March 26, 2021. 1000 Equity Block, CX 258,914 shares. Equity Block, CX 267,736 shares. Equity Block, TME, 169,900 shares. Wix, 250 puts. April 16, 2021. 564 contracts. SPY, 388 puts. March 26, 2021. 1,084 contracts. ARVL, 20 calls. May 21, 2021. 500 contracts. NBIX, 70 puts. November 19, 2021. 700 and BABA, 210 puts. June 18, 2021. 680 Equity Block, GE, 300,000 shares. Equity Block, PK 150,600 shares. Equity Block, SFM, 250,000 shares. Equity block. Cown. 352,100 shares. SPY. 389 puts. March 29, 2021. 1000 equity block. GE. 300,000 shares. WMT. 134 calls. March 26, 2021. 1,892 contracts. Equity block. KO. 223,700 shares. Equity block. SPY. 251,222 shares. Equity block. EWG. 501,500 shares. Equity block. EZU. 345,950 shares. Equity block. SPY. 251,222 shares. Equity block. ON. 250,000 shares. Equity block. AMD. 150,000 shares. Equity block. AAPL. 500,000 shares. Equity block. SPY. 251,222 shares. Equity block. VIAV. 582,200 shares. Equity Block, AAPL. 200,000 shares. Equity Block, IPFF. 278,400 shares. Equity Block, SPY. 251,222 shares. Equity Block, DEN. 586,782 shares. Equity Block, SPY. 376,833 shares. Equity Block, AAPL, 200,000 shares. Equity Block, IBN, 200,000 shares. Equity Block, SPY, 251,222 shares. Equity Block, VT 305,073 shares. Equity Block, MSFT, 150,000 shares. Equity Block, EEM, 589,755 shares. Equity block, ENIA. 224,741 shares. Equity block, Uber. 800,000 shares. Equity block, SPY. 301,466 shares. Equity block, AMD. 150,000 shares.